being withdrawn from the account.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some specific questions then. Showing the first bank account, and basically what I'm asking you is, overall, were you able to determine that Baker was funding or sharing money with a Christopher Austin?
Yes. Oh.
No, it's allowed.
Okay, and that's what my line of question will go towards, just to give you an idea where we're going.
Okay.
So, if I may mark an 11-page document, the title page is Robert Baker. It's a financial accounting of all charges in different various bank accounts. And it's 11 pages collectively. If I may mark it as People's 186.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you the account ending in, this is pages 1 through 5. And this is, I'm starting with the account ending in 9366. Okay, I know it's a lot of numbers here.
Okay.
Which account of Baker's is this?
This is what's his first account.
Okay, and what does this show you?
This shows that on January 6th, 2016, there was a $25 withdrawal from this account, and it was actually transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
What is the significance of this transferring of the account ending in 7968?
That's the opening deposit for the third account ending in 7968.
Okay, so was that account then opened in January 6th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to, I'll try to make this not too confusing here. I'm going to jump to page 8. Here's the account ending in 7968. There's this 1/6/2016. So basically, that's when an account was opened.
Yes.
And are we calling? What are we calling this? The third, second? What
Third. Sorry, the third.
Third
based
account?
on my analysis. Yes.
Okay. So he has this main account. He opened a new account, and he started it January 6, 2016.
Yes.
This account, does this ultimately end up being an account that's used by Austin? And we'll get to that, but just for reference.
Well, there were money being withdrawn from Alaska from this account.
Which is where Chris
Which
Austin
was,
is.
yes.
All right, let me go back then. All right, turning to page 2. Actually, the back of this. The back of page 1, I should say. You have a charge that you highlighted, 1/25/2016.
Yes. There was $300 that was transferred to the third account ending in 76. Sorry. And in 7968.
And that was on 1/25/2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Bring up page 8 again. We have the 120. I'm not going to go through all these, but 1/25/2016 to $300. What was the significance of that?
So, basically, that was being funded, and then on the same day, $303 were withdrawal from Alaska.
All right. So, can you explain how it was withdrawn from Alaska?
It looks like that this person had a card ending in 1311, and it was through an ATM.
So, just to be clear, I know I'm going to get confusing, but Baker took money from $300 from one account, transferred it to his other account, Baker's other account, correct?
Yes.
And then in Alaska, there was a withdrawal for that same amount.
Yes.
And is that?
Well, there was obviously 303. It's the $3 probably is a fee.
Okay,
So,
minus the fee, right? Yeah.
yes.
And then at some point, did you see that money then deposited into Chris Austin's account?
Let me see a minute. I think.
Let me put up.
Okay.
Sorry, can we get a better answer to the?
Oh. You have an answer?
Oh, yes, I can see that. I mean, not the whole amount was deposited. There was some cash that was deposited into this account.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know this is a lot of numbers. And this is Chris Austin's account right here that you analyzed as well?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a highlighted portion right here. What is that?
So on January 25th, 2016, it showed a deposit of $60. And then, of course, I had a notation where 303 was withdrawn from Baker's account, ending in 7968 on the same date.
Okay, so in simple terms is Baker's funding another account that Austin appears to have the ability to withdraw from in Alaska.
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the January timeframe that was happening.
Actually, it happened January 2016.
Right.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have been clear on that. But then it continues to happen closer to the date of the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll go to that to make it a little clearer. Let's go to this is page 2 of 186. July of 2016, you highlighted that section as well. And that was 6 months then before the murder of Fabio, when you just testified to you saw charges of Baker in Las Vegas as well as the defendant.
Yes.
So was there activity again on Baker's account that ended up funding for Christopher Austin?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So on July 25th, 2016, there were 2 transfers, one for $130 and one for $100, and they were both transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
Okay, and that's reflected on the 7968 account, correct?
Yes.
Which is People's 8. That the 130 and the 100, correct?
Yes.
And then did that money get withdrawn in Alaska?
Yes.
And
yes. I mean, well, basically it was used to purchase a plane ticket from Alaska Air, but it's the same using the card ending in 1311.
and can you just explain that what you just said?
Oh, sorry.
Rather than showing you all these graphs, it's easier if you explain it.
Okay, so basically it looked like on July 28th, there were 2 charges to Alaska Airlines, but they were done with the card ending in 1311, which was the same card number that was used to withdraw money from that account.
So again, Baker took money from his first account, put it in this other account. It appears as though it was withdrawn in Alaska,
Yes.
and a ticket was bought for Christopher Austin to Los Angeles.
I don't know that. I didn't see the supporting document.
So what do you know?
All I know is that there were tickets purchased from Alaska Airlines
Okay.
using that card that was the one that was being used in Alaska.
It was withdrawn in Alaska and airline tickets were bought.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's move to page 3 then. And this is again Baker's main account. We've got the 1/12/2017. You've got a couple things highlighted. What is that?
Yes, so on January 12, 2017, $380 was transferred to the Baker account ending in 7968. Then on January 23rd, 2017, $120 was withdrawn in cash.
From where?
Sorry, I don't have the detail on here as to where.
Do you need me to put up another?
Yes.
Which one?
I think the detail on
the 7968 account?
yeah,
or
let's
the
try
other?
that. Yeah, 7968, please. So no, I don't have it on here either. Maybe. Okay, can we go back to the last sheet? Yes. Oh, I see. If you look at, there was one schedule, it's just a bank statement that I had.
A bank statement.
Yes.
Hold on. Is it this last page? No.
No, it should be the 3rd page.
Okay, Coach.
Oh. never, oh no. I think you had it. May I refer to my notes?
That'd be great.
please? Okay, so it was the $120 withdrawal at Victoria Boulevard, Reseda, California.
Okay, what is that in reference to?
That's the location where the withdrawal was done.
And that's on okay, I was talking about specifically 1/12,
Yes.
2017, there's a $380, right?
Yes.
And then below that was the 120. So what was,
Correct.
let's start with the 380, what was that?
That was just a transfer to the Baker account ending in 7968.
And then what happened to that money?
May I see the detail for 7968? Yes. So you can see on January 12, 2017, 303 was withdrawn from the account in Alaska using the same part number 1311.
Okay. And then, do you know what that money was, coincides with it buying airline tickets again?
Let me see.
Let me help you out here. Chris Austin's account.
Okay, yes, on January 17, if you show Christopher Austin's account,
Right.
page 14 and 19.
This is our page 13.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So on January 17, 2017, there were two charges to Alaska Airlines, one for $179.30 and one for $180.80.
Okay. Overall, the point of your analysis is on the July of 2016 as well as the January 2017, Baker moved money from one account to another account that he had, and that account, the money was withdrawn in Alaska, which would presumably mean somebody has an ATM up there that can withdraw the money.
Has a card, yes.
And then that money is shown in Christopher Austin's account purchasing airline tickets.
Yes,
So it appears as though Baker's funding these airline tickets.
yes.
Okay. It's a lot of numbers to get through that, right? All right. And then the last topic I wanted to ask you about is, did you also look at were you asked recently to look at some value of stock options back in 2017 that were part of Fabio Sementilli's benefits?
Yes,
Okay. So can you explain what you did and what you're asked to do?
yes.
Go ahead.
So what I did was I was provided with a P&G letter to the estate attorneys, and it showed, would you have the source?
Remember, it's People's 187. It's a 4-page document with the P&G logo on it regarding stock options.
Very good.
Okay, so in the bottom,
All right?
okay,
And this is a document from P&G to the estate attorneys, correct?
yes,
And then you communicated with the estate attorneys as well, who handled the probate.
yes.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in at the bottom part, and if you could just explain what that is.
So this showed that there were 3 sets of stock options. The grant dates were February 28, 2014, February 27, 2015, February 29, 2016. And they were all vested the day that he passed, on January 23rd, 2017.
Are you able to explain what vested means?
That means that they're eligible now for the stock, to be able to exercise the stock option.
And are you familiar with stock options?
Somewhat.
To the point of, can you give just a general idea of what this means, what a stock option is?
Yeah, just basically it's sort of an incentive to provide to your employees You know, sometimes you don't choose to pay them as much in salary, so you provide them with stock option, and then that keeps them in the company, and then eventually you could cash that in for cash.
And you say it's an incentive. It's a bonus to an employee.
Yes.
You give them an option, but they're not paying anything when they get the options. They just get a fixed price on a number for stock for the future if they want to end up exercising it, meaning cash it in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but they don't pay anything up front.
No.
All right. So these stock options, when they say that they vest, that in this particular case, when Fabio died, that meant the stock options he'd been given were available to, for lack of better words, cash it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go on.
Okay, so, and then there are certain expiration dates, so like for the stock option that was granted in 2014, it was gonna expire in 10 years, obviously in February 28, 2024. And it's the same for the other two sets of stock options.
Okay.
So that's the information I extract from here was the number of outstanding stock option that was granted and when it was vested.
Okay, and you have no knowledge, well, never mind. So then what did you do after that?
Then I look at what was sent to me on the actual exercising of the stock option, and that took place in February of 2024.
And this is page 3, and that's from the probate attorneys? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now it says 3/5/23. Is that correct? You said 2024.
No, it was a typo. I confirmed with him it was 2024.
All right. So just to be clear, Fabio had these outstanding stock options. They were able to be exercised or cashed in, but they weren't right away, right?
No.
They weren't until 2024.
Yes.
So what we want to know then is we have the value that we were given from the probate in 2024 being $935,814.43. What we want to know then, were you able to determine the value of these stock options? Had they been able, we heard testimony that they were held, but if they were cashed in 2017?
Yes, with one estimate that I had to make.
And can you walk us through the estimate that you did?
Okay, so what I did was, could you show the
Page 4. Did you create page 4?
Yes.
All right.
So the bottom schedule, it just shows how it's exactly the same thing as the chart that you previously showed. And what I wanted to know was what was the option cost. That's one thing that I couldn't figure out, how it was calculated.
What do you mean when you say option cost?
Well, basically what they do is they'll take the gross value of the stock option at exercise date. And then there's an option cost that sort of like discount what it needs to be for these stocks. So they're not gonna, the person who's exercising the stock option is not gonna get the full value of the gross value. They're gonna get the net value of that stock option.
If I were to give you an example, we don't know what it was, but if Fabio was offered 100 shares of stock at $100, okay? As it goes up, the stock goes up, and now it's $150. You just get the profit for what he was offered at 100. He only gets the profit at $50, right?
Yes.
So that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
So when you say the stock option cost, that's the number that they gave it to him at when you get anything above this number.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I did was I did a percentage. So I divided this option cost into the gross value at exercise date. So the stock that was granted in 2014 came to be 50% and 50.17%. The stock option that was granted in 2015 came to 54.3%. Then the stock that was granted in 2016 came to 51.21%. So then what I did was I Googled what the historical value. So Google Finance was able to provide me with what the value at closing day on January 23rd, 2017.
And what was the value then, and it's an estimate, but the estimated value, had all three of those series of stock options been exercised, what was the gain?
It would have been, the gross value would have been $1,080,478.
Okay, but what's the gain of the money that the defendant could have received
Yes.
had she been able to exercise those?
So conservatively, I used the highest percentage of the offset, which was 54.3%. So that came to $493,778.45.
And when you're saying you use the highest percentage, why?
Because then it would bring the value lower.
So this is a conservative estimate at $493,000.
Correct.
Okay. It's complicated, and you're a certified forensic accountant, correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So again, there's three series of options that were offered to Fabio in 2014, and they were valued at a certain amount, and then in 15 they were valued a different amount, and 16 are valued a different amount.
Yes.
You took the most conservative number of the value to estimate that in 2017, to the best of your estimation, they would have been, the gain, the net money that she would have received would have been around $493,778.
Yes.
And in 2014, when they were actually exercised, meaning turned in, the gain was $935,814.
2024.
2024, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
May cross.
Thank you, Honor. Hello, Ms. No.
Hi.
So like I said, you know a lot, right?
Mm,
Should avoid it. I'm a little curious on the options. An option is something that you purchase at a certain time, and they give you the stock at that price, correct?
the way I understand this, a stock option is being offered. You don't buy it.
Well, you buy the option. You're given the option, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're given the option at a certain price,
Yes.
all right? And that price is usually the value of the stock at the time you get it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you exercise the option at that time, if you got the stock at 20 and exercise it at 20, you make no profit,
Correct.
correct? And if you wait to cash it in or exercise it, you are gambling as to whether or not the stock is going to go up or down, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
That's out loud. So if you get the option at 30 and you exercise it, the stock is 20, you've lost 10 points, correct?
Yes.
You're going to owe money.
Yes.
So you're not going to get that, exercise that option.
I'm going to object on the owe money.
Well, I understand what you're saying. However, the witness did answer it. You can clarify and redirect.
I would just let it expire, not exercise.
Right. Why would you take a stock at 20 that's worth $10, correct? Okay. Or you wait to see if the stock is going to go up, and that's the gamble, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Procter & Gamble or Wella allowed Fabio Sementilli on 3 different occasions to gave him options at a certain price, correct?
Yes.
One was in 2015, one was 2016, and one was
14.
14. Okay. 14, 15, and 16.
Yes.
Okay. And you know the price or the value of the stock at that time. You know what the option that he was given at what value. You know what it is.
Yes.
Okay. So the value would, I'm sorry.
Objection on vague.
That's overruled.
Well, objection on speculation that she knows.
Well, do you know the option price that Fabio Sementilli was given? In
Yeah,
2000?
now in retrospect, yes. And I think it's part of one of the schedules that I used, that it was on there. And it was the closing price of the day that the stock was granted, the stock option was granted.
Okay, so you know that the value on that date that he got the option, what the stock was worth.
Yes.
Okay. And then on that date, if he cashed it in, he'd break even, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the value of the option in 2014?
May I see the P&G? Or you could just move it up. Yeah, so these are the granted prices.
You're looking at Exhibit 187, it looks like, at the bottom here.
So, I'm sorry, your question was, what date were you
Well,
interested in?
In 2014, the granting date was 2/28/2014, is that right?
Yes.
And the granting price was $78, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
2015, it was worth $85, and in 2016, it was worth approximately $80, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in 2000, Fabio Sementilli died on 1/23/17, is that correct?
Yes.
So the grant price of $80, you're not saying that he was given the option on the day he died, are you?
I'm sorry, can you,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong date. All right, so he was granted the option that on 2/29/2016 was the granting date, the grant price was $80, correct?
yes.
What was the value of that stock on 1/23/17?
I believe it was 86, sorry. May I see the schedule that I created? Oh, here we go. It's 8696.
So the stock that he was granted in 2016, on the day of his death, it went up 6 points, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So if it had been exercised on that date, what would the profit have been? 6 points, right?
Yes.
And what was the stock worth on that date?
8696.
So what would his profit have been?
It would have been 36,000, maybe?
How many shares was he granted?
4299.
4,299?
Yes.
Okay. So his profit was 36,000, is that correct?
Approximately.
If it had been exercised on 1/23/17, the day he was dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. The stock option that was issued in 2015, the granting price was $85, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And again, the value of that stock on the day of his death was the same amount you just gave us, 80 what?
8696.
So it went up 1 point.
Yes.
So if he had exercised, or someone had exercised that option on 2017, the day of his death, he would have made a profit on one share of the stock, correct?
Yes.
What was the value of that stock on that day?
I don't know, approximately 4,000-ish?
One share was worth 4,000?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean, $1.86.
All right, so you'd add that to the previous amount we talked about was 42,000, you said? 30. The amount we just said on the previous option, you said he would have made a profit of 40 something.
No, I would think that it would be 86.96 less $80.29, and then multiply by the outstanding stock.
Outstanding shares.
Yes.
So on the $1 profit, what would his profit have been? How many shares would he?
It has 47. Sorry.
47.
42.47.
$4,247.
Yes.
And the stock that he was granted in 2014, the granting price was $78, correct?
Yes.
How many shares was he given?
38.79. Sorry.
3,897 shares?
79. You said 97.
I'm sorry. And the stock with the same price on the day of his death was 80 what?
86.96.
So what was the profit there? How many shares, how many points
Like
did it go up?
$8. Around $8.
All right, and how many shares was it again granted?
38.79.
So 8 times 38.79 is what? About
32?
32,000, right?
Yes.
So the three amounts that would have been gained if all three options had been exercised on 2017, you said was $493,000?
Well, that was, because bear in mind that the estimate, I mean, that was one thing I couldn't quite determine.
Well,
I-
all right.
Yes, no, okay.
It seems to me, and I'm not an accountant, that if you know how many shares he was given in an option, and you know the price of the stock at the time he was given that option, and you know the price of the stock when it vested and you exercise the option,
Okay,
it's the difference in the price times the amount of shares,
yes,
correct?
yes.
Where does conservative or not conservative come in? Can't you give the exact amount by looking at those numbers?
Yes, in retrospect now, yes, I see it.
Okay, and the total amount that he would have, or someone would have gained would be somewhere around $72,000. Is that right?
Roughly, I guess.
Okay. So this figure of 493,000, which you said was conservative, that was way off.
Yes,
Okay, that's okay.
I
just want to
realize
get
that.
the two figures here. So assuming that Monica Sementilli or someone else had exercised these three options on the date of 1/23/2017, the date of Fabio Sementilli's death, there would have been a profit of about $72,000.
okay.
Is that right?
I didn't calculate off the top of my head.
Well, we just did it though.
Okay,
Okay. They were not exercised on that date, were they?
no,
Do you know when they were eventually exercised?
yes, in February of 2024.
And they were exercised not by Monica Sementilli or Luigi or anyone in the family. They were exercised by the estate attorneys, correct?
Because they were gonna expire. The first set was gonna expire in
Okay.
February 2024.
So they almost expired before they were exercised, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And I don't know if you know or not, but wasn't the estate notified by Procter & Gamble that if you don't exercise these options in a week or two, you're going to lose them?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know that they were all exercised on the same date, or were they not?
Yes,
Thank you. This is another portion of that same exhibit. And we see the net cash, net fee, and it was, all right,
it was a typo.
3/5/23. Are you saying it was actually 24?
It was 24.
Okay. So by 2024, 5 years after, or 7 years after the death of Fabio Sementilli, and 7 years after the arrest of Monica Sementilli, the estate exercised those options because they were going to lose them if they didn't, right?
Yes, the first set anyway.
And the value at that time of those options was around $935,000, correct?
Yes,
Which is now sitting in the estate of Fabio Sementilli.
yes.
Let me go back now to the investigation you did into the bank accounts of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Who gave you your instructions as to what accounts you were to look at?
I was provided with a lot of bank accounts, and I looked at every one of them.
Okay. When you say a lot, can you summarize? Let me see if I can make it easy. Were you given the accounts of Monica and Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Okay. From what years were you given?
Okay, I had 8 bank account of Monica and Fabio, and also some of them with the children.
Okay.
Okay, and they were for the period of, it varied between September 15 through October 2018.
Okay, so September of 2015.
Yeah, they're not all inclusive. They're not, I mean, basically they cover all different periods, but that's around the ballpark. I mean, so the earliest date of bank records I had was September 2015, and then the last set was October 2018.
And how did you obtain those records?
They were provided to me by the DDA.
By Silverman and whoever was in charge at that time of the
Yes.
case? Okay. And those were the records that you used, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go out and ask for or obtain any other records?
No.
Okay. So when you were given those records, were those the complete records of all the years in between of each of those accounts? Do you know?
Yes.
They were?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know anything about the case at that time? What it was, what the charges were, what the theory was of the prosecution?
Not at first.
Okay. Well, what were you asked to look for in the beginning?
I was just asked to analyze the bank records to see what kind of activity took place in these bank accounts.
Well, there are hundreds of entries, right?
Yes.
So it was not narrowed down into looking at travel or names or locations or dates or anything like that?
Later on. But I analyzed everything in totality.
And you haven't told us everything you analyzed.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
So you looked at them to see, in general, what kind of records they were. Is that right?
yes.
And then at some point, were you given more specific instructions as to what you were looking for?
Yes.
And when was that? How long after you got the records?
I don't recall.
Okay. And who gave you those instructions?
DDA Silverman.
Okay. And what were those instructions?
I mean, well, I was asked to look at trips.
Trips out of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Sometimes, I mean, they're looking for a specific date, location, and I would go back to the bank record and try to locate that information.
Like Las Vegas?
Las Vegas,
Myrtle Beach?
yes. And then I even something locally.
Did you look at all travel records or just those records relating to the locations that Ms. Silverman gave you?
Well, I look at all information within the bank statement. I didn't look at actual travel records.
I understand. But did you give us records relating to all the travel of Ms. Sementilli during that period of time?
They are part of my analysis.
But you didn't give us records analysis as when she traveled to Canada back and forth, did you?
It's noted in the bank records.
But right now, okay.
I didn't extract the information, but it was part of the bank records.
Okay, so if I asked you anything about their travel or wherever they went during those periods of time, you could tell me?
Yes.
But you'd have to look at the records.
Yes.
Okay. So today you were just asked about certain locations like Las Vegas and Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
Were you prepared ahead of time to answer questions about those records? You were told you were going to be asked about Myrtle Beach and Las Vegas and so forth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how those records were obtained by the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. Were you asked to, you mentioned Mr. Austin, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you given his name as well as someone they wanted to know if his name turned up in any of these records?
No. I think basically, as I was viewing the information, there were a lot of activity in Alaska, and I could see that money is being deposited in Baker's account locally in the valley, but then someone was withdrawing money in Alaska, and that seemed peculiar.
And I'm sorry if this is already asked, when did you do your analysis?
for,
what you've testified to today.
over the last few years.
When did you start,
I don't recall.
and when did you end?
The last of my analysis was Austin's account, I think within last year.
Okay, so when did you first start looking at these records? What year?
I don't recall.
You don't have any record of that? A year ago, 2 years, 3 years?
I'm sure, maybe 3 years, possibly.
At any time before a little while ago, were you asked to look for Mr. Austin's entries or name in any of these records?
No, only when I analyzed his bank records.
Okay, and that was just a little while ago?
Yes,
A few months ago?
yes.
Okay. But had you been asked to look at Mr. Austin's records dating back to 2017 or 16, you could have done that, right?
No, I mean, I can only look at what was provided to me.
But you had Baker's records dating back to what year?
I guess whenever I started,
No,
a
but-
few years back.
What year of his records, how far do they go back?
Oh, his bank records.
Yeah.
Let me see. The earliest I had is September 2015.
Okay. So Mr. Austin's name appears back even to 2015, isn't that right?
Austin's name?
Yeah, as getting funds or whatever from Mr. Baker or
Well,
ATMs?
I mean, my analysis does not indicate who the money was going to.
Well, when does Austin's name first appear, or his bank records first appear in your analysis?
I think just last year.
He was first given money last year?
No, his name finally came up last year for me.
And it came up in whose records?
I think it was a discussion between me and DDA Silverman.
But did they come up, the transactions, in Mr. Baker's records as well?
There were transactions being shown, but the bank record did not identify who was doing the withdrawal of the money.
It just showed Baker was sending money to Alaska. And
No,
other-
it just shows someone was withdrawing money in Alaska.
Okay. Dating back to 2015, right?
I think 16 was the first, because that's when the account was opened, in
All right.
January 2016.
And did it show in Mr. Baker's records that there were travel expenditures in 2017?
Ooh, can you be a little more specific?
Well, what's the earliest after you were asked to look for Mr. Austin that you saw he was traveling? It appeared with funds supplied by Mr. Baker.
July
Of?
2016.
Okay. Before Mr. Sementilli's death.
Yes.
And had you been asked to identify Mr. Austin's travel or records or so forth, with those records you had, you could have identified him at any time if you were asked to look for it, right?
I didn't get the Austin bank records until last year.
But
So-
you had Baker's.
Yes, but Baker did not identify. I mean, it showed purchase at Alaska Airlines, but whom it was. I never saw the detail from Alaska
Okay.
as to who the tickets was.
Did it show purchases around January 23rd, 2017?
I think in January, in Austin's account, because I think we noted there was a transfer, withdrawal of money from Baker's account, and then for Austin on January 17, there were two purchases of, for Alaska Airlines.
Well, how did you connect that eventually to Baker's account?
No, I mean, basically, I brought up the issue with DDA Silverman, and then they went from there.
Okay, but then you connected it to Baker, correct?
Well, I mean, all I know is there was activity between Baker and someone in Alaska.
You knew that from the time you first started looking at his records, correct?
No. I mean, well, when I first look at his, yes, I see the activities, but
You
I didn't
just-
know who was it for.
Did you?
With.
Okay, but did you tell the DA's office at that time you saw activity from Baker's account to somebody in Alaska?
I think we talked about it.
That you didn't know the name of Austin at that time.
No.
In all of these records, you saw in your records expenditures that were paid by Monica Sementilli in the travel to Las Vegas and to Myrtle Beach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She appeared to pay for a larger amount of the activity than Mr. Baker did, correct?
I think so.
Fine. Did you ever see any activity involving Monica Sementilli to Mr. Austin?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
Yes, just briefly, to clarify, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify or explain. On 180, People's 187, the last page, your calculation with your numbers, so we can have a clear understanding. Can you come up with like what you were doing here to get this number? Do you have a 54.30% under it?
Well, I mean, now in retrospect, I realized that I was incorrect.
Okay,
Okay.
what is that 54%? Like, what were you doing?
So I was trying to figure out what the option cost was. I, unfortunately, being a civil servant, I never owned stock options. So I didn't really fully understand. It was just recently that I started looking at it.
Right, recently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's in the last week or so.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been reading and I tried to figure out what option cost was, and I didn't quite fully comprehend.
When you're saying what the option cost was, what do you mean by that? Like, you're trying to understand what
How that was calculated. So I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name.
Mr. Levine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Levine. So Mr. Levine pointed out, as he was explaining, it dawned on me how the difference.
Okay, but so, just so we're clear, we have clear information.
Yeah.
So that number then,
Yes.
when you use this 54%, what were you doing?
I thought I could, I mean, maybe that was the ratio between the option cost and the net, the value, the
Okay.
gross value. But in retrospect, it's because when I did this calculation a couple of days ago, P&G was at 166.
Okay.
So it's gone way up. So that the percentage is no longer reflective of that. So, now he explained to me, it's like, okay, now he did a good job in explaining to me, it's like, okay, it's the difference between what the value was the date of death
Okay.
versus the date that was granted.
All right, I just want to be clear so that you have an opportunity to explain it. Now, also with stock options, you don't have any, I know. The point of stock options, though, is when you give them in a company, you don't know how much it's going to go up. But the idea that it's an incentive because the belief, as Mr. Levine said, it's a gamble, but the gamble is in hopes that it's projected to go up, right?
Yes.
So the thought is that you're going to have some increase as the years progress with the company if it does well.
I'm going to object. There's no foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. When for Christopher Austin, you didn't even have his name until recently when he was arrested, right?
I think a little bit before that, so
Okay.
last year sometime.
So last year you started with his name, but you weren't asked to actually follow up on anything with Austin as far as getting these financial records until we actually gave you a name.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Can you tell us when last year you were first given the name of Austin?
I can't remember. Maybe mid-year, possibly.
You have no,
Okay.
you have no record of that, of writing it down or anything?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you.
Take our next witness. This is also out of order.
No one's out of order. I think it's resuming with Detective.
Very good. Thank you. We started later. I'd like to go another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I'm talking about another case, don't worry. I should inform counsel and the jury we may be breaking early for lunch so I can handle another matter. Jacob Gable, please retake the stand. You're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense may continue their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, you testified concerning the...
Wait, 1 moment.
Oh, was that from yesterday? Oh, I have so many pairs. But I bought a new pair. Thank you. I don't think there's on mine.
Yeah, they were left on the stand.
Oh, they are. Thank you. Two is better than one. One is none.
We share reading glasses for the entire staff. We're always looking for another pair.
Thank you. Reminded me to get mine. At some point, you were testifying concerning the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct? Remember that?
I remember we discussed that, yes.
Right, and you testified concerning the recordings that were made and that could not be made of their activity in the patrol car after they were arrested, correct?
Correct, I remember, yeah.
All right. And part of that was played, I think, while you were on the stand to the jury of the two defendants at that time, two arrestees that were in the car, and the as good a verbal recording as you could get, correct?
Correct.
And I think you also indicated that what was being shown on the screen was a visual of the two arrestees at that time in the police car, correct?
Yes, the latter portion of it, yes.
But that there was no synchronizing of the sound to what the jury was viewing on the screen.
Correct.
So what you were hearing was not necessarily the same time as what you saw on the screen, correct?
Not at all, yeah.
Okay. And when you say not at all, what do you mean? Not even close?
Not even close, because when the recording that recording, the video that you were seeing was far toward the end of the recording. So when the recording started, that video was never captured.
So do you know why the video was shown at all?
I don't know why they decided to show it.
Okay. But what was played to the jury were snippets, or a truncated version of what you had recorded that day, correct?
I don't know.
Well,
I just know that it was later in the incident. I don't know if that clip was truncated or edited.
So when you were following through, you don't know whether it stopped at certain points and then began at other, or whether it was all contiguous?
Correct, I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was actually just reading the transcript and just glancing up at that.
Okay. Your Honor, per prior agreement, we would like to play the entire period of time during which the recording was made that the jury heard parts of yesterday.
Would you like to have that marked as 616?
Okay. And we have transcripts, if I assume you want to...
Well, let me, yeah, the first.
Okay.
The recording marked as 616.
Okay.
CD, thank you. And the transcript is 617. Let me inquire as to the length of time.
43 minutes long.
Thank you. Now we'll take our morning. Yeah, Mr. Platt, see you back here in 15 minutes. Clearly, the defendant is present, all counsel are present, jury, and also present. Detective Gable is still under oath. So you had a little longer break than usual. What happened is I had to go to another courtroom. As I'm in another courtroom, unbeknownst to me, Esther, who's in charge of the keeping time for the breaks, paused her clock. And then I get back, and she forgot to reset it. The only thing I can think of, and I don't understand soccer at all, but I guess this is stoppage time. In any event, at this time you may hand out the transcript. People strike that. Defense 617. And the same admonition applies to this transcript as all transcripts.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, thank you. Does everybody have a transcript? The answer is no. Negative response. They do.
It's feeling really, really high. Oh my God. We'll turn it on right now. Damn camera, see? I can't breathe. Can you not come right now? Oh, Mr. Good's car was fixed. And showed you the car, showed you the work you did on the car. Can you get our attention? I can't breathe. Hey guys. Hello? Hey guys. No, I can't breathe. I need help. Put your face forward. Oh, there. Okay.
was on my car. Oh yeah. This is just another thing in my life.
You should have. Yeah, you will.
Oh, I will. I will. This is ridiculous.
And then, the deal itself, what the hell, man?
February 23, requesting clear frequency for cut 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
Unit stand by. February 43, go ahead, one number 1.
February 43, running right to Baker, Stone, Joseph Robert, Stone, address 6817, Commode Park, Railroad, Brown 5717, EB is 050262, Kilometer number 1.
24 Edward 43, Roger. Go ahead on number 10.
43, run number 2, west of 610, that's EMENTILI, first of Monica, Stone, address 5012 Queen Victoria Road, Woodland Hills, Kilo 1, Brown 4, 125, EB 0110 number 2.
24 Edward 43, 6 Charles indicated, identify your location.
Number 43, Roger Sugar 4, Custody, Oxford, and Winnipeg.
Finance code 4, code 6 Charles. 24 Edward 43, Winnipeg, on number 1, Robert Baker. Number 2, Monica Sonia Sementilli, wanted for 187 PDC, first degree murder, on the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Contact Valley, Bureau Homicide Detective Marshall, at 1-877-49550. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Get me out of this car! What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Hold on.
Look, man.
What is going on? What the fuck? I have no idea what the fuck's going on there.
This shit's fucking crazy.
What is going on?
Ma'am,
Yes, I heard everything. What is this?
there's a warrant for your arrest for murder.
Oh my gosh, I just talked to the detective this morning.
Can I check this out? Okay. That came up, I gotta give him a call.
Okay, please do.
We're gonna have to and they always fucking people. That's why I don't like talking to these people. I don't like talking to them. I even told them. He's asking me a simple question, but I can't understand. Because they always make shit up. You? Fucking you? That's insane. That's fucking insane.
Can you verify the DOB one more time?
Roger, control 10 over. Okay, DOB is going to be 05-02-1962. Okay. Is also showing with a felony warrant, 187 PC, first degree murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Immediately, okay? Get your attorney. Don't say it.
43, can I have a unit for transportation respond to Orange when that's there for one?
That's right. You say shit to them. They know they're leaving.
Unit for transportation, Montreal unit number 1.
Transport you both together, so we have another unit coming right now. Okay, and then we're going to call up to the animals.
Okay, is the detective there?
I'll talk to him.
Okay, can you just, I can't breathe.
Okay,
Please.
Just crack it, okay?
Is there any other information you can give me?
I don't know. That's it. Sorry.
up.
I can't do anything yet.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong, but this is fucking bullshit. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts.
Please, can you come here? Help! Oh, God.
We can fix another.
Please help! I can't. I can't do it.
They're not gonna care. They're not gonna care.
Help me! I'm in pain. So that I can't get here. Help me! I can't breathe! Please! Help me! I can't breathe! Please!
That means they're satisfied with 18 or the elementary school, whatever that is. I have no fucking clue what the fuck would be in their minds. They just see the face of them.
Crazy. So you're saying that?
24 Edward 43, additional on Robert Baker. He is showing as a 290 registrant out of 6817 Independence, apartment 110, Hanover Park.
There you go. That's why. And that's why I'm in the shit. This is why you get the first year of friendship with me.
This is fucked up. I need to know what's going on right now. I can't breathe. I'm having a big problem back here. Help me. I can't breathe.
I don't have direct come through you.
Can you help me, please? I'm just throw up and sing in the air. Please, help me get the man.
I put on the street Sunday.
Oh my God. Please. No, I need to stand up, please. I'm gonna throw up. Please, help me. Can you just stand with me? I'm gonna faint. Somebody did this. What do I do? American. This is not. How come you not tell us anything?
Transcripts, thank you. Just being retrieved. Mr. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question? I'm confused on that. No? Okay. All right.
Detective Gable, you just, I'm sorry, you just listened along with everyone else to the tape recording of conversations as they were of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli in the vehicle after the arrest, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, there were certain portions of that transcript, or there were certain times when you simply could not hear what they were whispering. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said, I believe yesterday, that your intent, well, let me ask you this. One of the primary purposes of arresting them together and putting them in that vehicle, shortly after you had informed Ms. Sementilli that she had been cleared of everything, was to see how she would react, correct?
Correct.
You already had enough evidence involving Mr. Baker that he had committed the murder in this case, just based on the DNA evidence.
I had enough evidence for both. I've already secured the Ramey warrants.
Okay. So you secured arrest warrants, which means in your mind, and signed by a judge, there was probable cause to arrest both Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker.
Absolutely.
And you're aware that probable cause is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to have suspicion, strong suspicion, correct?
Probable cause.
I'm sorry?
Okay. And
That would be sustained. The answer's already in. It's true.
And the only reason you had not arrested both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli before is you were hoping to get more evidence than you had already had, correct?
It's cumulative. Sustained.
So you put him in the vehicle. That's all staged, correct? The manner in which it was done.
The manner in which it was done, yes.
And you made sure that they were both arrested together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us again what efforts you made to be able to actually hear everything that was said in that vehicle, including parts where they might be whispering.
Sure. So what we did was we intended to put two for lack of better terms, whisper recorders.
Can I interrupt you a second? You did put them in, right?
Well, we intended to put two, but only one went in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go on.
Okay. So we intended to put two in the back of the police vehicle. One in the backrest, and then one on the little wall in front of them where their mouths would be. And that's what was, and at the end of the day, only one of them was put into the vehicle, and that one was inadvertently turned off instead of turned on.
All right. Let's go back. This was an event that you had planned for some time, correct?
Yes,
And had many officers involved, correct?
at various times.
Okay. And you could have arrested Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker at any time that day or thereafter, correct?
Well, the way I was working my case, I wasn't prepared to do it until that time.
Okay. But you had plenty of time to arrange for the vehicle they were going to be placed into to have the proper listening or hearing devices, correct?
Yes, we did.
Had they been tested before you arrested them?
We brought the technician out to turn the microphones on so that nothing would hopefully go wrong. And unfortunately, the technician messed up.
And messed up by not turning it on, or it didn't
Yes,
work, or what?
Well, since you asked, I'll explain.
I'm sorry.
So what happened was,
Please.
what happened was we had time. We took the black and white down to our TID technical division because they're the experts on all this stuff, and they're the people that we use to do all of our recordings. So we brought it down there, and we met with the technician and the technician's supervisor. The technician was very new on the job, but the supervisor was also there, and we explained in detail what we wanted, where we wanted the microphones, where we wanted the camera, and went over it thoroughly. It was like no doubt in our minds, and they were like, got it, Roger Dodger, no problem.
Could I interrupt you? How did you know? Had you done this before?
Set up microphones?
Yeah, where and
Oh,
how?
yeah.
Okay, go
I
on.
mean, throughout my career, I've done it many times.
Okay.
And we rely on their advice too. Like I may say, I want a microphone here, and they may say, well, actually, it might work better over here. So it's
Well,
a
that's why I
collaborative
asked if you had done this before in a
Yes.
police vehicle with suspects in the back seat.
Yes.
And did that not inform you as to where to put the microphone?
Yes, I was just giving an example. It's a collaborative effort, but we
Okay.
told them where we wanted them. But they may say it's better a little to the left or to the right.
Can you
So-
you recall what happened on this day?
Yes, I recall what happened. We told them exactly where we wanted them.
Okay.
The technician, new guy, supervisor, new supervisor, but seasoned, a very seasoned technician, got it. So of course, at that point, we rely on them, to get the thumbs up to install them. They install them that evening. The next morning, Curtis picks up the black and white, and we instruct the technician to come out to the scene before we actually go do this traffic stop to actually physically turn on, they're called eagles, to turn them on. Because when you turn them on, there's a little red light, but we didn't want the officers to be responsible for having them turned on or off. Because what they do is they turn them on, and since they're surreptitiously hidden, they turn it on, the red light comes on, then they put a little piece of electrical tape over the red light so that someone doesn't inadvertently see the recorder. Common practice. Again,
Done it many times.
I'm sorry?
You've done it many times.
Many times. So the new guy, that evening, unbeknownst to us, takes it upon himself to take the eagle apart, disengage the red light, and then put it back together. So then when he went out that day to turn it on, he didn't know what was on and what was off because there's nothing to indicate it's on. So it inadvertently turned off.
How'd you find that out?
Afterwards, when we went down to meet with him.
After you tried to play it back?
There was nothing to play back. Yeah, so what happens is, after the recording's done, the technician comes out, recovers the recorders, takes them back to the office, and then they download the information. So the next morning when we came in to go pick up the recordings, they said, we got bad news. Bad news is what I just explained to you. And that's how they explained it to us. And we said, okay, well, that sucks, but what about the other recorder? How'd that one do? And they went, what recorded? What are you talking about? So it was a huge screw up. It was a huge screw up. And
But you never did a trial run with before they were put in the vehicle or before the whole arrest went down to see if anything was working. I take
no,
it.
no, not that day.
Okay. And you didn't find out till afterwards that you were not able to obtain the results of whatever they were saying.
The next day.
And there was no way to listen in during the time as you were doing with the other conversations to hear what they were saying?
No, the only microphone that was live was the one on the front dashboard with the camera.
All right. So, unfortunately for everyone, no one knows now what was said between them in the whispering that was not picked up. Fair
Only
statement?
Monica and Rob.
Absolutely. Now, after that, your ruse continued, did it not, after they were arrested?
More detail.
Well, they were both placed under arrest for murder, correct?
Correct. That was not a ruse.
That was not a ruse, obviously. And they were still, they were placed apart, correct?
That's normal.
Yes. And as far as Ms. Sementilli was concerned, you or other officers under your direction continued to lie to her about what was going on, correct?
Regarding what?
Well, you told her that Mr. Baker had confessed to everything.
I don't remember saying that.
You remember any of your other officers saying that?
I don't recall that.
You don't?
No. I mean, you can refresh my memory. That's fine. But I
All
just
right.
don't recall
Well,
it.
perhaps after lunch, I'll just
Okay,
take the
yeah,
time
that's
we
just,
have.
it's been 7 years, so I could miss that, but I don't recall an officer saying that Baker confessed.
Did you prepare a police report of your arrest in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and documenting that some of the tapes did not work accurately, is that right?
I don't know if I put that in there because it's not necessary for an arrest report.
Okay. Did you put in the arrest report what you were able to overhear yourself?
As far as the Perkins, I may or may not have.
I'm talking about, I thought you were listening to contemporaneously to what you could hear.
I was.
Did
I
you-
may have, and I may not. I put enough in the arrest report to satisfy the probable cause.
Okay. Satisfy the grounds for the arrest.
Correct.
And then they were put in a cell, and did you have a plan at that point how to obtain even more evidence, if you could,
Yes.
as to Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
Up to that point, you had nothing indicating, let me rephrase that, she had never indicated to you verbally or anyone else that she had participated in the murder of her husband. She had not confessed to that.
Verbally, she did not.
Okay. I know you believe other evidence shows that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
But verbally, she had not. Correct?
Correct.
And it was still your goal, if possible, to get her to confess, correct?
I always try to gather evidence as long as possible.
Limited to this case, did you have a plan to attempt to continue to lie to her or a ruse in order to hopefully get her to confess?
Yes, there was a plan to continue the ruse while she was in the jail cell.
All right. And can you tell us briefly the first thing that was part of the plan?
I'm sorry?
Tell us what the plan was.
The plan's a very standard plan.
Just tell us in this case.
Okay. In this case, same as every other case. What we did is we, in this particular case, had a LASD sheriff, female, work in undercover capacity, and she worked at our direction to sit in the cell and have a conversation with Monica. We gave her a general outline of the case so she would be aware of where the conversation was going and so she could pick up all the cues that we were looking for.
You told her what you wanted her to obtain, if you could.
We just wanted her to talk about the case.
Well, did you tell her that you believed Miss Sementilli was having an affair with Mr. Baker?
Oh yeah, we told her that. That's the details of the case.
Okay.
We didn't tell her what to ask. We just gave her the details of the case.
Was she someone who had performed in this role before, if you know?
Oh yeah, she was very experienced.
As posing as a suspect in a cell in order to hopefully get a real suspect to talk.
She did it all the time.
Okay. Very experienced.
Very experienced at it, yes.
Were you listening to their conversation?
Yes.
So at times you were able to interrupt it or in some way speak to her about maybe you should try this, maybe you should try that, this is not working, anything like that?
No.
Did you talk to her at all during the entire period that she was in the cell with Monica Sementilli?
I don't believe I did. There is a possibility I could have, but my recollection is not at all.
But there were times while she was in the cell with Ms. Sementilli that it was interrupted by an officer coming to the cell, correct?
At my direction, yes.
And at your direction for what reason?
To stimulate conversation and to also get the passcode. So it was a combination of getting the passcode, but also mostly to stimulate conversation, to give the UC a reason to talk about something rather than bringing something out of the blue that she would never know.
Okay. And did you inform Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had in fact confessed to the murder and everything involving the murder, had confessed to her being involved, and you just wanted her to clear it up?
Objection, that's the answer.
So ruled.
No. Yes, no. The answer is no. I don't recall doing that, saying those words, or words to that effect. I don't remember saying that. So, no, I don't recall it. Like I said, you can refresh my memory, and if
Okay.
it happened, it happened.
Do you recall instructing, you had a partner with you that day or not?
I did, but he was, I was, yes. Short answer is yes. Long answer is, for that day, I partnered up with Detective Parshell. He was listening with me. And my partner, Barry Tellis, was handling Baker's Perkins operation. They were happening at the same time.
Okay, so there were two Perkins operations going on.
Correct.
Okay, let's limit this to Ms. Sementilli's.
Okay.
Was there any instruction on your part to have someone, some officer, Parshell or someone else, go to the cell and inform Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed, they knew everything about what happened and they just needed her to clear it up?
I remember Parshell going, by listening yesterday, Parshell went up and said that there was no doubt it was you. I'm sorry, there was no doubt it was Baker. But I don't remember the word saying that he confessed. He may have, but I don't remember it.
He may have said that.
He may have, but I don't recall. I don't remember hearing it yesterday.
Okay, okay. And again, all this is designed as part of the ruse to get Ms. Sementilli to confess if you can.
It's to gather information.
Okay. So how long was Ms. Sementilli in the cell with this, you said trained deputies?
I didn't say trained. I said experienced.
And when you say experienced, does that mean that she had acted as a Perkins officer in the past?
Yes.
You know how many times?
No. Numerous. She was
Very
numerous
successfully, too, I might add, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
That I don't know.
Well, you used her again because she thought she was effective, correct?
I used her again?
Well, did you use her in the past?
No.
How'd you know she was experienced and had done this before?
Okay. So my partner is very good friends with LSD Homicide and all the people there. So he, through his contacts in LSD Homicide, heard that they use her often and that she was very good. So through my partner's contacts, we reached out to her, and she looked physically good for the part, and we heard her experience was good, so we used her.
And what was the part that she looked good for?
Cellmate.
Okay. Pretending to be someone else who had been arrested on some other crime.
Yes.
And when you said she was good, does that mean that she had secured confessions in the past?
I don't know the
Sustained.
All right. So you heard yesterday, I believe, we played the Perkins tape recording.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And I take it, unlike with the car, it accurately picked up everything that was said, as far as you know, between the Perkins officer and Ms. Sementilli, correct?
It sounded like it did, yes.
Okay. And at the end, Ms. Sementilli indicates that she had an affair with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, she said words to the effect that he was, her everything and confidant and all this.
And talked about cheating on her husband, but that he was still a wonderful man and amazing, she loved him and so forth.
I
correct?
remember that.
But at no time during that entire, how long was it? A few hours?
I'd guess 2 hours or so, somewhere in there.
Did she ever indicate that she had participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Did she ever say that?
No.
Is this a good time to break, Your Honor?
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Mr. Sementilli, the defendant is present. All counsel present, jury and alternates are present. Good afternoon. Detective Gable is under oath. The defense may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Gable.
Good afternoon, sir.
I did want to clear up a couple of things. The recording of the two defendants, or Ms. Sementilli and later defendant, now someone who's pled, Robert Baker, were in the car, and we heard what we could hear in the recording that did come through, and the jury had a transcript of that recording. Remember that, and you followed through with it?
I'm sorry.
You followed along with the playing of the tape yesterday, and then we played a longer portion today. You remember that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Referring to page 3 of the transcript that was played actually both days, do you recall Mr. Baker saying, yeah, it is, it's fucking insane, and then Ms. Sementilli saying, someone is doing this to me, to us? You remember that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Then, a few lines later, maybe 10 lines later, do you recall Ms. Sementilli saying, somebody did this, and then somebody talked? You remember that?
Yes. It was words like somebody did this, somebody talked. I remember hearing that, yes.
And what I wanted to clear up is, in the portion that was played yesterday, if the prosecution played it, the transcript said somebody did this, somebody talked. The portion that was played today, which was the longer portion, but included that, said somebody did this, somebody, and then undecipherable.
I remember seeing that when I was listening, yes.
Now, having listened to that, again, the defense, and you're being familiar with it, it's clear that it was somebody did this, somebody talked.
Yes.
Okay, right. But you do not know, obviously, whether what she was referring to could very well have been somebody talked about the affair, somebody exposed it, right? You don't know if she meant that.
Well, in the context of what's going on, I would say no.
Okay, well, I understand your context.
Since you're asking my opinion, yeah.
No, I'm just asking. You don't know for sure what she meant. You have your own opinion.
I have an opinion based on the context of what was going on.
Of course. And the final opinion will not be ours, but the jury's.
Sure, exactly.
But you don't know if she was talking about somebody told about our affair. You don't know that. Correct? One way or the other.
My opinion stands that I believe it was, yes.
Fair enough. Just wanted to be fair about what was actually on the tape recording. Okay.
Yes.
Let me return to one other thing that we talked about today, which also involved a tape recording, and that has to do with the Perkins individual who was in the cell with Monica Sementilli. You remember that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I indicated to you that it appeared that somebody had indicated to Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed. Remember that?
Correct.
Let me refer to recall an officer actually saying that to Ms. Sementilli, and then we followed that up with she never confessed to being part of the murder at all. Remember that sequence we were talking about?
I remember talking about it.
Okay. In looking at the Perkins transcript, the D on it is detective, right?
I believe so.
Partial and or Gable, it says on the...
Okay.
Right. Do you know whether it was you or Detective Partial who said to Ms. Sementilli,
And I just want you, this is on page 33 for the benefit of the prosecution and or the court. And I just want you to,
I'm sorry, for exhibit number, are you talking?
it's exhibit 181.
Thank you.
33. It starts out with detective, maybe you can remember if it was you or Detective
Sure.
Marshall, saying, listen to me, Monica, you and Rob were arrested today, and I want you to understand. She says, this is, and then you interrupt, listen to me. There's a third person that's involved in this, and that person's not here. That person wasn't arrested, and there's a reason for that. She says, why? You say, okay, well, think about that. I'll be back. I'm going to get my partner. She says, why? Who's the third person? Oh, my God. There was all his blood in there. This can't be. Oh, my God, this can't be. And then the Perkins undercover woman says, so I guess he is your boyfriend, huh? And then she says, we do things together, but I don't have a boyfriend. That was intended to imply to her that someone had already talked and somebody had confessed and incriminated her. Isn't that right?
Well, she could take it whatever way she wants. Yeah.
But this was intentionally said by you.
It was implied. If you, yes,
Right.
it
That
was.
someone had talked, and this is your chance to tell us what really happened in your mind, correct?
Correct.
And at no time then after that did she say or confess to saying she was part of the murder or the planning or anything like that. She never said that, right?
No.
Okay. Let me go back, if I could. Well, let me ask you this. During the course of the investigation, did you ever recover the murder weapon?
No.
And what efforts did you make to try to locate? By murder weapon, we're talking about the knife or knives that was used in the stabbing death and murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Correct.
And what efforts did you make to try to find that knife?
Every search warrant that we conducted, one of the, or two, whatever, knives were part of the search of any potential knives that could have been used as a weapon.
I'm sorry, go on.
All the search warrants we conducted on physical locations. Part of the order was to, or directive was to search for any knives, sharp-edged objects that could have been used as the weapon. And
you were unable to find that, correct?
Correct.
Did you attend the autopsy of Fabio Sementilli?
No, that was Valley Bureau homicide.
Okay. And have you read the autopsy report?
7 years ago, yes.
Okay. And it does describe the type of weapon or knife that was used according to the coroner based on his examination of the wounds and so forth, correct?
I don't recall that part. I just remember fairly good the amount of wounds, but I don't remember the description of the possible description of the knife.
Okay. But the point is you never, and as far as you know, none of the officers or detectives actually located a weapon that matched anything that was in the coroner's report.
None.
That's why you said the murder weapon has never been recovered to this day, as far as you know.
To this day, as far as I
Okay.
know, yes.
All right. Let me then turn to one of the things I believe you testified to yesterday. And I'm referring to your testimony about, well, first of all, how many times did you yourself ask Monica Sementilli to describe or to tell you the route she took, as best she could recall, to Ralph's and Target to Ralph's home? How many times did you ask her to recall that or restate that to you?
3 times.
Was that all in the same interview?
Yes, it's the only time I interviewed her regarding this.
And you're aware that prior to your coming in on the case, there had been other interviews that predated yours, correct?
Other interviews, but I don't know the specifics of the interview.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. When you came in on the case, it was, what, 6 weeks or so, or how many weeks after the actual murder?
January 23rd, February, yes, 5 weeks.
Okay.
Just about, yeah.
And you knew there had been previous, obviously, an investigation that predated yours, correct?
Correct.
And who was in charge of that? Detective Parshall and Verna, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that Monica Sementilli was questioned, what, the evening of the murder or the next day? What was your recall?
Yes, it was, could have been the evening. I think it was that evening. Could have been the next day. But
and
yes.
that interview was tape recorded?
I believe so.
And transcribed?
Yes. I don't know if it was transcribed. I remember reading their notes about the interview, but I don't remember if it was transcribed.
Did you? I'm sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen the transcribed version of it.
Well, did you ever listen to the video of the interview of the person who later became one of your prime suspects?
I read their statement on it, and I was briefed on it by Parshall and Verna.
Okay, and did they tell you that they had requested that Ms. Sementilli describe to them the route she had taken the day before, or that day?
I don't recall.
All right.
They probably did, but I don't recall.
So-
If they did, I don't remember what the route was.
Okay, and do you know between that date, which was January 23rd, 2017, or the 24th, and the time that you interviewed her, which was in May, is that right?
May, yes.
May 17th?
Something 18th or 17th, yeah.
Had she been asked any times in between, to your knowledge, to recreate the path that she had taken from her home to the gym, or the home to the Target to Ralph's back home? Did you?
Not to my knowledge.
But you didn't review any of the interviews of her prior to other than yours, isn't that correct?
No, I told you I reviewed their interviews
Okay.
when we first got the case, and I spoke to them.
And what was her description of the route she had taken to Target and Ralph's and back home?
I don't recall, but if you have something to show me, it can refresh my memory.
No, I'm just asking you if you knew what her...
I probably knew at the time, but it's been 7 years, I don't remember.
All right. So now, flash forward, we're talking about May, which is 4 months later after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And you once again asked her to recreate the path that she had taken from her home to Target to Ralph's and back home. Is that correct?
Well, not once again. It was the first time I ever asked her.
First
Yes.
time you had?
Yes.
And she did that, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And what did she describe to you? Do you recall that?
She did a lot of descriptions, but you'd have to narrow it down.
Well, did she tell you the route she took from home to the Target?
Yes.
All right. And what was that?
You have to pull the map up and I'll tell you.
Okay, you don't recall that.
In general, if general's fine, I'll tell you.
All right. And then
She drove out of her neighborhood to Ventura Boulevard, hooked a left, went down to Target and turned into Target, stayed driving to the right, and then parked in front of the store.
Okay. And then at some point she went into the Target, correct?
At some point she did.
And then she left, correct?
She did.
Now, where did she tell you she parked in the Target parking lot when she entered?
She told me the area she parked, which was near the front of the store, center parking lot.
Okay. And you had seen a video, or you had access to a video of the parking lot from Target, correct?
Correct.
The one thing you did not have was the video from Payless, which would have shown you the view right in front of Payless store, correct?
Well, Payless, it turns out, didn't have an exterior camera, so that would have never occurred.
Oh, and I'm sorry.
But the other camera, just which is adjacent to Payless, Yes, that camera would have showed us who got in our car, correct.
Okay. And by the time you got on the case, that video had been destroyed or taped over,
Auto-deleted, yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why, since the murder was discovered the actual day that it occurred, why no one in your department or LAPD had gone out and gotten the video from whatever stores were in the neighborhood to see exactly what happened in that lot?
Well, they did. They went out and they got the parking lot video of the Target.
But they didn't go to the stores around it and get the one you're talking about?
No, because at the time she just said she went to Target and did shopping. So typically, that parking lot video would have been perfectly fine to corroborate her statement.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then why did you have her recreate that 4 months later?
Because I wanted to see if she was going to offer me information as to who got in her car that day.
Okay. So let's turn to that.
Okay.
It's your testimony that from looking at the Target parking lot video, that you could tell that somebody had walked by and got in her car.
You can see someone walk around from the Payless. You can see the image cross the front bumper. You can see the door opened and close and then drive away, and then that pedestrian's gone. So that part you have to assume they got in the car.
Okay, and in fact, in your testimony a couple days later, I believe you said you can actually see it, sometimes even better at normal view. It's not super easy, but you can tell someone got in the car, and that's all you can tell. And that's what we wanted to get the video to see, what was going on there. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was from the Target, your view of the Target parking lot video, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified that you had prepared a Ramey warrant. I believe the date is on June the 12th of 2017, in order to get a warrant to arrest both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Yes,
And you were the affiant on that Ramey warrant, correct?
that is correct.
That means that you prepared it,
Yes.
and you swore under penalty of perjury that it was true,
Yes.
what you put in there, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall on in that Ramey warrant describing 1530 hours, which would be 3:30 in the afternoon? Is that right?
Yes.
Monica's F-150 stopped on the main parking lot for approximately 15 seconds. Is that correct?
Stopped in the main parking lot?
Main parking lot road for approximately 15 seconds.
Correct.
It was difficult to see clearly due to the far distance from Target's surveillance camera. However, during Monica's 15-second stop, detectives could see a pedestrian walk from the exterior front of the Payless shoe store toward Monica's F-130. Remember saying that in your Ramey warrant?
I don't remember. You're reading it, so yes, it makes sense.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed it to you? Okay. This is on page 23 and 33 of the Ramey warrant issued in June of 2017.
Highlighted portion?
And I highlighted. If you can just read it to yourself and
Sure.
let me know when you're done.
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to what you wrote in the Ramey warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And did you indicate in that a pedestrian appeared to walk around the front of her 150, then Monica drove off? After that point, that detectives could not locate the pedestrian.
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes, that's true.
So is it fair to say that you could not tell or see if a pedestrian had in fact gotten into the car in any way? All you could tell that someone walked around the car and then you could not locate him.
Well, you can see the door open, and it appears you can see it close. So the logical conclusion is they got it. So that was my conclusion.
So in other words, in the Ramey warrant, you wrote in what your logical conclusion was, as opposed to under penalty of perjury what the facts were.
No, that was my belief what happened, and that's ultimately, my conclusion was that the person got in the car.
Why didn't you say that in your arraignment warrant?
I did say that. It's just the way I wrote it that day.
I see. So again, you wrote a pedestrian appeared to walk around the front of her 150.
Right.
Then Monica drove off. After that point, detectives could not locate the pedestrian.
Okay, so I left out the door.
You left out the door.
So there's less detail.
And you don't say in here anything about your conclusion or it appeared or anything.
Well, then I didn't conclude it, but that's what I saw, was what I wrote. The only part I left out was I saw the door open.
The only
So
part
there's less information, not more.
The only part you left out is the part that led you to believe you say that someone got in.
Yeah, because he wasn't there anymore.
Truth is, you never saw that door open on the video, did you?
I did see the door open. We can play it.
Sorry, sir, there's no objection again.
Thank you.
Anything further on the
Just a few comments. And this is just following up on some questions that you were asked. Defense counsel are asking you about the defendant and Rob Baker, if they ever, and getting one to flip on another one or something of that nature, right?
I'm sorry.
The defense asked you questions about when you arrested Monica Sementilli and Rob Baker, like the goal could be where you get one of them to flip or turn or implicate the other one, right?
He mentioned that, yes.
Right.
Yes.
He mentioned that to you.
Yes, he did.
That could be something that could happen.
Correct.
Now, did that ever happen? Did either one of them ever give up the other person's involvement?
No.
And then just to clarify, when you first came on the case, I know defense was asking you that the defendant was a suspect, that's why she was being followed and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Now, you gathered more evidence as you went along, which, as you testified, was part of the delay in arrest on anybody, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, did you request, prior to her arrest, did you request the defendant's Microsoft records or her emails, things of that nature, in order to gain more intel on the defendant?
Yes.
What did you do?
I wrote a search warrant for her Microsoft, IG accounts, Google, and I think a few others.
When you say IG, is that Instagram?
Instagram.
Now, the Microsoft, what does that give you? What did you receive in return?
That's her email. I'm sorry, email account, the Kalmati Mo.
As you're requesting these through warrants, did you ever notify the defendant that you're subpoenaing her records for her emails and her Instagram and her Facebook?
No.
Around what time frame was that when you requested that?
April 2017, I believe.
Now, did you get records back in a timely fashion before her arrest?
Before her arrest, it was circa. So it was either just before or just after, somewhere in there, I think.
And what I'm getting at is, were you able to see her emails before she was arrested?
So, Earl?
I believe the warrants came in just after the arrest, so no.
Okay. As far as knowing that she had a surveillance system at her home, how did you discover that?
Well, from the cameras, and the fact that the DVR somehow was found and stolen from the house, and the way she was looking at the screen, leaving the store, and streaming in very high amounts of data consistent with a surveillance video.
Okay, and so when you were able to actually get into the email, was it you that found that there was some deleted emails?
Yeah, I went straight to the trash file, and there was 4 emails in there.
And those 4 emails are the emails that gave her the instructions how to access her IDMSS Lite surveillance system through that app?
At least one of them was, yes, one of the 4. Mm-hmm.
And another one was one that was forwarded to Robert Baker, giving him the instructions how to log on to her home surveillance?
Correct.
It is. Sustained.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, again, you waited until June 14th. I know some questions were being asked why it was June 14th, as the point when you finally decided to arrest the defendant and Rob Baker. Can you explain then why at that point the determination was made to make an arrest?
Sure, yeah. So by that time frame, we had received all the information, or it was in...
Not quite. There was extensive cross-examination as to why there was not arrest earlier. It's overruled.
We were at the end point of gathering all the information, initial information that we had requested. We had already reviewed quite a bit of stuff. We had been surveilling them for several months. And like I told you the other day, I'm pretty good about finding people. And in my normal investigation, it became, unfortunately, pretty obvious that we weren't going to find this third person anytime soon. And so then we had to weigh arresting them, because the longer you wait, the more chances there's destruction of evidence. You know, they'll get rid of phones, change phones, they'll delete apps, all kinds of things. So we had to weigh that versus trying to find the third person. And we thought best to just pull the trigger and do it.
Defense also asked you about the fact that when you came on March 7th, I think he used the terms that the defendant was targeted at that point, and you had a response to that, but she was a person of interest, that she was involved in the murder as of when you came on March 7th, 2017.
Yes, she was.
And you testified it wasn't just based on the fact that you knew from surveillance that she was having relations with Rob Baker. Is that right?
Correct.
Was there other evidence that led you to believe that the defendant at that time was involved based on the crime scene?
Yes. Actually, it was actually a very important piece of evidence. The DVR, which was taken during that very short time frame to do this murder, was in a location in the garage that was about a 7 or 8 foot cabinet, and the DVR was high atop this cabinet. We knew that the suspects left through the garage, to the kitchen door into the garage. So if you walk out the door heading toward the Porsche, which is what you're going to take to leave, it seemed very unlikely that you would look around and look way up here and see a DVR in a garage.
Detective,
you know.
1 second.
So it seemed...
Detective, stop. I'm talking. Sustained.
Okay. So based on the DVR, without the very elaborate description, based on the DVR, the location, was that obscure to you for as far as where a DVR would be located?
It was obscure enough for me to suspect that the murderer had inside information before they went into the location to where it was.
It explains the mindset at the time where there's further evidence that's overruled.
During your history of investigating crimes, whatever they may be, have you come across homes that contain DVR systems? So was there any other evidence that led you to direct your attention at the defendant?
Yes, well, they learned, the OVB learned that Baker had previously been at the house and slept the night there. So
it is, although I understand that you're asking what evidence is, you think had in his mind, it is cumulative, sustained.
Okay. Without going through everything again, then, it wasn't just the fact that she was having an affair with Mr. Baker or Rob Baker. There was evidence from the crime scene and other evidence you took into account in order to focus some attention on the defendant. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. During the overhear that we saw and heard from the police car, and defense played a longer version, the prosecution played a version, we hear a lot of gasping, I can't breathe. You were able to visualize this vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I watched it live.
Okay, were there windows, doors open, anything that you know to be the fact of the case of the car that she was seated within?
The dividing window door from the front passenger to the back was opened, and I believe Officer Davis cracked the side window for her.
Sustained.
Did you see any of the windows cracked or open?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, and then finally, I know you guys like that word finally, but defense counsel asked you about, and said he would come back to it, the topic of Baker confessing to everything, that you telling Monica that. Upon refreshing any recollection, did you ever tell the defendant that Baker confessed to everything during this Perkins operation?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any requests?
Your Honor. Detective Gable, I'm putting
Yes.
up Exhibit 7, page 14 of the case, People's Exhibit. And can you see the cabinet and where the DVR, in fact, it looks like a black box, where it was located the night of the murder?
Yes.
Can you point that out, please? What have you got there?
Up here.
And can you show us where the door was from the kitchen to the garage?
Sure.
And can you show us, if you know, where the fuse box was?
I'd be guessing, but I think I know where it is. You want me to?
Isn't it right next to the,
I think it's there.
okay. And it's true, is it not, that officers who arrived at the scene and were conducting the investigation long before you got involved located the fuse box, and that a lot of the fuses have been tampered with to stop the electricity?
Yes.
Okay. So those two items are located as they are in the photograph, right next to the garage door, correct?
Yes. The only difference. When was this photo taken?
Well, I believe it was taken during the investigation, so I'm hoping it was on the day or 2 or 3 after the murder.
Because I don't know what this is, but that's not the DVR, man. If it's because
it's the exhibit introduced by the prosecution, so I can't tell you exactly.
Can you zoom in? Is it possible?
I didn't know he was talking to me. Can you see that better now?
I see a black figure, but if that's the day of the investigation, there's no DVR there.
As I told you, it's a crime scene photograph taken the night of the murder. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, if so, because, if I may, Monica did describe the new DVR they got, and she described it as a very low, sleek, very small DVR. So it would have been very difficult to see on top of this cabinet. Nothing.
Well,
big
my
about
question
it.
was, do you know what that item is that was taken the
That's
night?
what I was asking you. It's in the DVR's gone, so we don't know what that is.
Oh, okay.
Right? It could be anything.
Why don't you ask me what I think happened in the case, and I can tell you that too.
Go ahead.
My only question is, knowing that that photograph was taken the night of the murder by detectives and officers from LAPD, does that refresh your memory as to what it is or what it was on that night?
Not at all.
Okay. But that is the location where you were told the DVR was.
That's the location where the very thin, sleek, small DVR was, yes.
Okay. And you're going by the description of Ms. Sementilli.
Correct.
Whose veracity you swear by, right?
Objection.
I'll withdraw it. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
The
DVR, as you can see, was right above the cabinet, correct?
That was the area, yes, sir.
And the Porsche was parked right next to it, correct?
The Porsche was parked, if you zoom out, please.
Okay, I'll have my trusty associate do that.
Yes, right in this area, as you walk out, it would be directly in front of you.
So you could see from the Porsche, you could see the DVR from the Porsche, correct?
You could see the DV.
Do you know which direction the Porsche was facing, that is front in, front out?
I do not know. I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. But whatever it was parked right next to the cabinet where the DVR was. You know that, correct?
It was parked in the garage, yes.
Okay. That scene shows the entire garage, does it not, as far as you know?
It shows the area where they parked the Porsche. I forget how much is to the right.
Okay. Were you ever out in the garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Sure.
The two Perkins video and recordings we played for you were, I think one was 20 minutes, one was about 30 or 40 minutes. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, sir, yeah.
How long was Miss Sementilli in that vehicle after the arrest before she was removed?
Oh, yeah, good question. After looking at it, I would say 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes.
She was not in the vehicle during the whole time that the recording was made?
Oh, well, yeah, so how long was that, 43 minutes?
About.
Okay, so 43 minutes or so.
That was the entire length of the time that she was in the...
I believe the recording ended when they took her out of the vehicle.
My associate is informed me, I said Perkins, forget about Perkins. We're talking about the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
That's what I thought we were referring to,
Okay,
yes.
and that was all planned out. They were arrested, they were taken someplace, and they were left in the car so that you could hopefully listen to what they were saying in the car, correct?
Well, they weren't left in the car, so we had to wait for tow, and we had to wait for an additional unit to transport a female.
But during that time, they were in the car.
They were detained, yes, they were.
Yes, of course.
It's normal procedure.
Okay, fine. And I'm just asking what
Yes.
the total length of time was that they were in the car from the time of the arrest until the time they were finally taken out and taken into the police station.
I would say within several minutes, the length of the recording.
Okay. And during that time, there was a space between the front seat and the back seat, you said, correct?
A space?
Well, an opening or something that you said?
Oh, yes, there's a sliding window.
Okay. But that's still in the interior of the vehicle, right?
It is.
And the only other space was the little top portion of the right and left front windows, correct?
Plus the air conditioning vents that go through that window from the front.
So the car was left on with the air conditioning on.
Absolutely. We always do that.
All right. And were you in the car at all?
No, but that's normal procedure. We know the back of those cars are built for safety, not comfort. So typically officers leave that window open so that the AC can blow back on them.
So, again, they are there for safety, not for comfort.
They were built for safety and security.
Right.
Security, I'm sorry.
Not for comfort.
Yes.
And also to hear anything that could be heard if it's taped, correct?
To a degree, that, as you can see, the normal recording we got is not very good. So they're not wired like we wired it.
And the way you wired it didn't work.
Didn't work at all.
How long was Monica Sementilli in the cell during the Perkins ruse, shall we say?
I would estimate 2 hours, approximately, during the actual operation.
Well, how long was she in the cell with the Perkins operator?
Correct, that's what I thought you were asking. I'm guesstimating because it's been a while, but I would say 2.5 hours maybe.
And how long was she in the cell by herself or with the Perkins operator total?
After that, the jail people do what they do.
About
you know,
7
booking of
hours,
itself.
wasn't it?
Hmm?
About 7 hours?
I don't know how long she was in the cell. Once we were done with the Perkins, we left, and the jail people would become responsible for them.
How long was she in the cell before the Perkins operation started?
A second, because the operator was in there first, I believe.
So
as soon as she walked in, the Perkins began.
So before she was even arrested, you had already decided to place an operator in the cell with her to try and gain whatever information that person could gain, pretending to be a suspect, correct?
Sure, it was pre-planned. But in this situation, sometimes it just depends. If Perkins is very wide, you totally think outside the box. It depends on the situation.
I just
the
want to
person.
know what happened in this case.
So in this case, I don't recall, sometimes we put the Perkins operator in first and then introduce the person arrested. Sometimes we put the person arrested in first and then introduce the Perkins operator. I'm not sure which way it went in this one, I don't recall.
But the goal remains the same. The Perkins operator is to try to convince the suspect, if she is guilty, to confess at least to her or say incriminating things that you can use against her in a court of law. Isn't that
Not
right?
at all. No, it's totally mischaracterized what they do. They don't try to convince anyone about anything. And as you heard, very normal conversation. And there was nothing convincing, nothing coercing. She's just carrying a conversation. Every once in a while, she drifts it back to the case. And that's what a good Perkins operator does. And many times, you don't get a confession. Even as good as a Perkins operator is, it doesn't matter. A person's either going to talk or they're not going to talk. At best, you might get little nibbits, little admissions here and there.
I think you've answered the
Oftentimes, you get
question,
nothing.
officer. I
I'm
think you've
sorry.
answered the question.
Thank you. Sorry.
The Perkins operator did say things like making a deal, others are making a deal, maybe you should make a deal. They say things like that, don't they?
In general, they might, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay, so we've listened to the Perkins thing, and you're saying that she was just there to listen and talk, that's all, not to try to convince the defendant to say anything.
She's not trying to convince her. She's trying to engage in conversation that will keep the topic on the case.
What if I told you that the records show that Monica Sementilli was put in the cell at 2:30 p.m. The Perkins operator, you said, was in the cell at the time, and
Well, I said I wasn't sure.
okay, and the Perkins agent was removed at 11 p.m. Does that sound right?
I don't recall the times.
That's your memory?
No, it's not my memory. I don't recall. I just don't. Yeah.
Anything for other people?
The car, we heard in the transcript, I mean, the very beginning, defense transcript, that they put the air on for her, right?
I don't remember if they said that or not.
Okay, would you like to look at the transcript? This is page 7 of defense's transcript, lines 6 through 9.
Yes.
Okay, so the air is on.
Air's on, according to him, all the way.
Okay. And when we were talking about a window, my bad, my mistake. When I'm talking about the window, were you talking about the window that divides the front and the back seat?
Correct, the one that everyone saw when they were sticking their head through.
Correct. There was when we listen to the defense transcripts, we don't have a video. There's long pauses, substantial long pauses, various places. Were you watching it live during those long pauses?
Yes.
And when you listened to the audio that the defense played and you heard those long pauses, do you recall what was happening during those long pauses where it sounds like nothing's going on?
Yes. The majority of the time, from the time that they were informed that they had warrants for murder, in the beginning, let's say the whole thing was 43 minutes, let's say the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the most, I'd say, after they were informed that they were arrested for murder. With those long pauses, their heads were down. You could only see the foreheads, the top of their heads, and they were in there, and then you could hear whispering, talking face to face.
Okay, and that happened continually then That's the first part. What about the other pauses as the transcripts went on, or the audio went on?
There was periodic times, but it was less and less.
Okay. Just some terms that you used, if we can clarify for the jury. You used the undercover operation. You used the term UC a couple times.
Oh, okay.
What does that stand for?
UC is for undercover agent or officer, depending on, it can be undercover civilian we're using or undercover police officer.
And then you also interchanged it a couple times, or maybe I did, with PA. What is that?
PA, I think you got me on that one.
Okay, Perkins agent?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I might have used that. Do you know what a Perkins agent
no,
is?
actually, is that the person running the Perkins? I don't
Okay.
know. Is
All
that
right.
me?
Yeah, okay. So the undercover person, that's a UC.
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, when the defense is showing you the photo that's up on the screen right now, there's still some placards on the ground, so taken the night of the investigation, and obviously as you testified, the DVR is gone, so there's some articles on top of this shelf.
Yes.
But you testified that the defendant had told you about a new DVR, but that wasn't until a conversation back in May, the only time you talked to her in 2017.
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point she referenced some new DVR.
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, when we talk about the location of the DVR and someone finding it, as far as all your investigation, this isn't the entry point into the house to commit the crime, is that right?
It's the exit point.
So it's the exit point in order to take the Porsche to leave the residence, is that right?
Correct.
So the person had to have gotten the keys to the Porsche that were somewhere that person could easily find the keys.
Correct.
Do you have any evidence, or was it ever told you that the keys were in some obscure location where, did anyone ever tell you they were kept in some obscure location that somebody couldn't find?
I was told by Parcell and Bernard that the keys were located in the kitchen drawer that had blood on it, that came back to Baker's DNA.
Okay, thank you.
I think drove by the fence.
In fact, the location of the keys was told by Monica Sementilli to the first officers on the scene, where Fabio Sementilli usually left his keys, right?
Oh, probably so. She knew where they were, apparently. Yes.
Pardon?
If she told them that, it wouldn't surprise me. She knows where they are.
Right. She would know where Fabio Sementilli left his keys, right?
Yeah, but the point was Baker wouldn't know.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the-
But anyone going from the backyard into the kitchen could see the keys right on the top there, right?
I believe they were in the drawer.
And you believe they were in the drawer?
I thought they were in the drawer, but I could be wrong. I thought they were in the drawer.
We had testimony from officers who were on the scene, so their testimony would be more accurate than yours.
It would be, yes. I'm recalling from hearing it from that. So yes, I would. If you have testimony saying otherwise from like Detective Bernard, then yes, I would say.
Okay. And one last thing on you don't know what's on top of that cabinet in the photograph we showed you, right?
I don't think anybody knows what's on there. No.
Well, you had 20 officers on the scene that night, correct?
I didn't know, but
LAPD did, right?
there's one thing we know
Excuse
for
me,
sure.
second.
We know it's not the DVR.
Okay.
That's the one thing we do know. So what else is?
Because you were told.
I gotta tell you, let me interrupt. Detective Gable?
Yes.
When someone says objection,
Oh, I'm sorry. My hearing's bad. So I'm sorry. I have really bad tinnitus. I should have told you earlier.
thanks. All right. Well, next time you're going to objection loudly.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't even hear it. So.
I understand.
Miss Sementilli was interviewed the night of the incident, correct?
I believe it was the night of.
And you didn't even review her interview report, or did
I told you. I'm sorry.
It is.
Okay.
Anything?
No.
Thank you, Detective Gable. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I call your next witness?
Could we ask that he be available if necessary?
Yeah, I don't do this as a matter of course. I will in this particular case. Sure, come on. So that's it for today. That's the short story. A couple things I want to tell you. We're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow, Monday, at 9 a.m. The first thing is, as always, the admonition. You're not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinions of the cause that's not submitted to you. Next, I didn't make this up. You can check me out. You can Google this when you're done, what I'm about to say. Tomorrow is National Margarita Day. I did not make it up. But we are all good Americans. Let's honor the holiday. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday.